Integrity Houston on 1, OE2 is back to normal, and y'all have a go to undo the docking camera.
Copy that, Mike. Go for the docking camera.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 18 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. You're getting a live look outside Orion right now. The teams are maneuvering the spacecraft in the solar array wings. As you heard earlier, we are not having the outbound trajectory correction burn today. This was deemed unnecessary and has no impact to the mission or the lunar flyby. The translunar injection burn put the vehicle on the correct path back on flight day 2, and therefore the team and mission control agreed that we could skip both outbound trajectory correction burn 1 as well as that second burn today. Skipping that second burn also allows the team to continue troubleshooting some of the universal waste management system issues that cropped up last night. There was a wastewater dump planned last night, a very routine and regularly scheduled action, and it terminated after only dumping 3%. So the wastewater tank is not currently full. It is at 64% with a limit of 80%, but the crew was instructed to use backup collection devices overnight if they needed. Part of the reason for reorienting the spacecraft today is to allow it to be in the sun, specifically where the primary vent nozzle is. They are hoping that spending some time in the sun will help thaw out potential ice that may be on that vent nozzle. Meanwhile, inside the Orion spacecraft, our crew just woke up to the sounds of Pink Pony Club by Chapel Roan. That wake up coming at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. During that recent call down from the crew, we also heard them ask to privatize one of the communication lines in which they used to speak with everyone here on the ground. Obviously, we are sharing almost all of their communications, so it's not uncommon for the crew to ask for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions privately, and it sounds like their communications are back going out live.
Integrity Houston for window shade request.
Good to hear your voice, Jenny. Go ahead.
Hey, Jerry, nice to speak with you too. We have a small request for you guys. With this attitude that we're using for the bakeout, we're getting the sun on the window shades, and we're a little worried about them heating up too much. We would like to request that you please remove the window shades. We understand that will make it awfully bright for you guys, and we want to encourage you to use a T-shirt in the cabin or something similar if needed to block out that sunlight. But the shades will help us with the temperature constraint on the windows.
Okay. So we have our makeshift T-shirt on window 1. Is that one okay to stay up then based on what you said? And we'll take off the window 2 shade. The other ones are already off.
Okay, yep.
That sounds great. Thanks, Jeff.
Houston, integrity on 1 for windows.
Do that or not?
Go ahead.
I can.
Okay, Jenny, just to sync you up on the state of the spacecraft, and there's a couple deltas from the procedure, so I want to let you know on the window shades. Window 1 has a black T-shirt with a Z9 in the window. We can pull the Z9 out. That might help you. Just let us know what temperature's there. Windows 2, 3, and 4 are now window cover free. The side hatch window cover has been removed. On the docking hatch, we would be inclined just to leave the docking camera installed today. We've powered it down and we've put the charger back on pub 1, but any issues leaving the docking camera in the docking hatch window?
Which I can read. integrity. That is a good window config. You can leave the docking cam in place.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The crew aboard Orion, Artemis 2 crew, woke up at 11:35 a.m. Central Time today. They are still in their post-sleep period, so they're taking the time to configure the crew cabin, conduct any hygiene for the day. But immediately upon waking up, there is an extra step that they have to take to help us with some science that they both did while they were here on the ground and that they will continue to do once they have returned. This is to collect some saliva. The crew is instructed to do so before they have exercised or brushed their teeth. Let's learn a little bit more about why this is so important.
Artemis 2 astronauts' saliva tell us. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis 2 flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much on-board room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
Houston Integrity, are we still hands off PCD-1?
Checking.
So we're
Reed, you are go to use PCD1. We're off of it now. Thank you.
Now that we have handed over to the Orbit 1 flight control team, the voice you're hearing at the Capcom console is that of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is an Artemis 2 backup crew member and serving as today's Capcom, speaking directly with the crew and relaying information and instructions from here on Earth. This team is led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. This live view from the Orion spacecraft coming from a camera mounted on the solar array wing, looking back at the spacecraft. The Mechanical and Power Officer, or MPO, just repositioned that solar array wing to allow the teams to see the vent that they are troubleshooting, that they have positioned this to be in the sun to help potentially release some ice on the primary vent nozzle that has brought up an issue with the wastewater dump that was scheduled last night. Again, we were targeting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn 2 today, but just like yesterday, the team determined it was not necessary, that we are on a good trajectory for the moon. And so by clearing that OTC2 burn from the crew's schedule, they have allowed more time for the teams to continue troubleshooting and working on the systems for the Universal Waste Management System. Due to the cancellation of the outbound trajectory correction burn and the crew's timeline having a little more flexibility, their timeline is in flux right now. But they do have a daily planning conference coming up in a little over an hour, when teams here on the ground will speak with them about the systems aboard the spacecraft, answer questions, relay any information about their schedule.
Huntsville, integrity for Avatar.
And integrity, Huntsville's with you.
Yes, good integrity morning. I think it's the afternoon for you. Avatar lights to report. All lights are on ON except for 1515.
Okay, we copy. Same status as yesterday. All lights on O1 except for 15.
Recently heard a call from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist on the Artemis 2 flight, down to the Mission Control Center at Marshall. This was to the Payload Operations Director, who leads science execution for the Avatar payload, which is specifically what she was referencing. Avatar stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response. This is part of our strategy to get a holistic understanding of how the deep space environment affects humans. So this is organ-on-a-chip technology. It's about the size of a USB thumb drive, and it measures how individual astronauts respond to deep space stressors. These organ chips contain cells that were developed from pre-flight blood donations from the crew. For this research is to validate whether those organ chips can serve as accurate tools for measuring and predicting human response to stressors. So scientists will be comparing these Avatar findings with space station findings, as well as with those samples taken from the crew before and after the flight. Avatar could inform measures to help ensure crew health on future deep space missions, which include personal medical kits potentially for each astronaut. But for us on Earth, it could also lead to advancements in individualized treatments for diseases like cancer. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, NASA Public Affairs Officer. We are 2 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes mission elapsed time. That's the time since Orion lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. As we've been discussing today, the crew was preparing for the OTC-2 burn. That's outbound trajectory correction 2. However, this burn was canceled, deemed unnecessary, following a successful translunar injection burn just a couple of days ago. Canceling that burn today it also allowed time for the teams here on the ground and the crew members to orient the spacecraft so that it is facing the sun on one specific portion, which is a primary vent nozzle. Yesterday, at the beginning of crew sleep, the ground was performing a regularly scheduled wastewater dump. The dump terminated after only 3%, so the tank quantity was 64%, and the limit is 80%. So the wastewater tank is not full. However, the crew was instructed to use backup collection devices overnight if they needed. Part of their continued troubleshooting is canceling that OTC-2 burn, and the team having added this attitude maneuver, pointing the waste vent lines to the sun. It'll be like this for about 2 hours to help melt any ice that may be preventing the dump. Of course, no impact to the mission or the lunar flyby scheduled on flight day 6. Those trajectory correction burns, including the one we canceled today. We also canceled one yesterday due to our trajectory already being in great condition. Those are just small burns to fine-tune the flight path. The crew was informed upon wake up at 11:35 a.m. Central today. They are post-sleep time frame, conducting any calibration and hygiene before they get started with work. Coming up in about an hour, we expect less than an hour, we expect the daily planning conference to occur. That's calling activities and information to the crew. Scheduled for after that daily planning conference was going to be a photo opportunity from one of the solar array wings. That's where this view is coming from right now, looking at the cabin. We were intending for the crew to be within Orion and potentially even in the background, but due to this attitude to help bake out or melt some ice we think on the primary vent nozzle, that solar array wing selfie of the crew and the spacecraft will be rescheduled. With that solar array wing selfie being rescheduled, we will stand by for that time. The rest of the crew's schedule will be shifted a little bit today, making time for this bake out maneuver, and of course with the cancellation of that OTC burn. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Crew aboard Orion still in their post-sleep period, having woken up at 11:35 a.m. Central Time, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the outbound trajectory correction burn for today has been canceled, deemed not necessary due to a proper translunar injection burn on flight day 2. Cancellation of this burn also allowed for teams to reposition the spacecraft by changing its attitude and pointing a primary vent nozzle in the sun. They're suspecting potential ice buildup on this primary vent nozzle after an insufficient wastewater dump last night. So this is one of their steps for troubleshooting, hopefully allowing this bake out time, as it's being referred to melt some of that ice and then later perform a wastewater dump.
Integrity Houston for SAW PAO event.
Go.
Wanted to let you know we're planning to defer that PAO event until later in the day because of using the saws to monitor the outcome from this bakeout. We'll have more words for you when we know where it lands.
Yeah, we were fully expecting that, and no problem at all, Jenny.
Thanks, Reed.
That call from Capcom and Artemis 2 crew backup. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons here in Mission Control Houston, speaking with Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft, letting him know that a previously planned event, referred to as the event, which stands for Solar Array, that's where this is coming from right now, a camera mounted on the solar array wing, looking back at the spacecraft. We were intending to take a photo in the windows and Orion, but due to this change in attitude, we will be deferring that event, and they will schedule it for a later time today. The crew schedule does remain in flux today following cancellation of OTC2. For one item that we anticipate to still occur is the manual piloting demo. After launch on flight day 1, pilot Glover connected the Orion spacecraft, manually flying it around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and a faux docking target. This was all to help Orion fly mainly base and help with their future missions during the need to dock to a lunar lander. Glover, we are not to fly that.
See the enabled caution alert. We are not mode to set mode. And this is because I won't sync. We were performing.
Thanks, Jen.
Teams referring to a caution that the crew received on their displays, letting them know they were on their part this was a ground issue. Back to the manual piloting demo that will occur later today. Pilot Victor Glover was the only astronaut who got to fly the spacecraft on flight day 1 for those proximity operations. But today we are expecting all crew to get an opportunity to pilot Orion. They'll be using rotational and transmission controllers to maneuver the vehicle with the RCS, or Reaction Control System thrusters. This will help to learn about the 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of control. For anyone else looking forward to that manual piloting demo, we are expecting that to take place just after 8 p.m. Central Time. Of course, we did mention the schedule is in flux for the crew members today, so that may change if needed. Again, crew still in their post-sleep period. We are expecting their daily planning conference in about 30 minutes. As we kick off flight day 4, the crew is still in their post-sleep period. Let's take a time to get reacquainted with our Artemis II crew. Reed Wiseman is the Artemis II commander and a Baltimore native. He's been in space before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 on the space station from May through November 2014, a total 165-day mission. During that time, his crew set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. Wiseman also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and back on Earth, he has 2 daughters. Artemis II pilot is Victor Glover, selected as an astronaut in 2013 by the agency. At that time, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. His first trip to space was on NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission in November 2020, when he was also the pilot of that spacecraft. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up over 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different spacecraft. And as previously mentioned, he became the first person to pilot the Orion spacecraft the other day. He and his wife have 4 children. Mission specialist Christina Cook is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the astronaut corps in 2015, the same class as her crewmate Victor Glover. She was a flight engineer on station from March 2019 to February 2020, during which she set the record longest single space by a woman with a total of 128 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female with her crewmate Jessica Meir, who is back on the International Space Station as we speak. Before becoming an astronaut, she helped build space station instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. She enjoys surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Rounding out our Artemis II crew is Jeremy Hansen, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and first-time flyer. The London, Ontario native has in 2009 and then worked as a captain in our Mission Control Center here in Houston. CAPCOM stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single voice making the astronauts in space. He also did training exercises like a week-long stay on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead an astronaut class. He enjoys getting out of the boat, rock climbing, and biking, and his wife have children.
Integrity Houston, for that PCA flush, we are starting regulation now.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Everything has been quiet on board. We can tell no associated noises with the flushes.
Copy, thank you.
That call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons to the crew aboard Orion, as you see here on your screen, that they are performing a flush. We have been monitoring the primary vent nozzle. They reoriented the spacecraft to point it toward the sun, to point the primary vent nozzle toward the sun, I should clarify, and help potentially thaw some ice that they suspect may have built up and be interfering with the Universal Waste Management System. Crew reports everything is good on the spacecraft. We are now 2 days, 20 hours into the flight of Artemis 2. On console here in Mission Control Houston is the Orbit 1 team. Flight Director Jeff Radigan gathering topics from the crew ahead of the crew's daily planning conference coming up here in just about 10 minutes. That daily planning conference actually targeted for about 20 minutes from now. Meanwhile, the Orion spacecraft is now over 173,000 miles away from Earth, growing closer to the moon, 106,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. The spacecraft reached the halfway point between Earth and the moon last night. This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years. The team here on the ground continues to evaluate the crew's timeline for today. One of the other timelined events today is the Lunar Targeting Package review with the crew. The science team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, will be speaking with the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft and preparing them for Lunar Flyby Day. Again, the crew will fly around the moon on flight day 6, and due to the illumination, we expect them to be able to see things that have never been seen before by human eyes. The science team has been preparing this lunar targeting package for this specific flyby, as each launch date would have resulted in different viewing opportunities due to lunar illumination. So the crew has been training for years based on photography of the lunar surface, as well as in different lighting conditions. And today will be the opportunity for the science team to discuss what they expect the crew to be able to see and the priorities for them to photograph during that flyby. Of course, our coverage will be live that day as we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. This is Artemis Mission Control coming up on the daily planning conference for the crew aboard the Artemis 2 spacecraft. They woke up at 11:35 a.m. Central Time today and have since then been in their post-sleep period. So this daily planning conference will really kick off their workday. During post-sleep, they have the chance to configure the cabin, do some hygiene, and eat their breakfast. And a few things on the menu today include granola, scrambled eggs, vegetable quiche, mango salad, sausage patties, and of course, scrambled eggs and coffee.
Hello, Houston. We are ready for morning DPC. Just a few things. We heard a rumor up here that it is actually Saturday back on Earth. We have definitely lost track of the days. We are showing 151,476 nautical miles from Earth, and it's going up about 1 mile every second, which is still a pretty impressive rate of travel. And thanks to your ops down there, we have got the sun beaming in all the windows. Morale is high on board, and out window, you get beautiful Earth of the ocean and the swirling clouds. It's just a truly remarkable sight. We're ready to talk.
Great, love that description. Thanks to Integrity Crew, but we are happy to do it. I want to start by if you would like to turn the camera for DC.
Yeah, we will work on that right now. It might just take us a minute, and I'll try to start right.
No problem. I'll get started in the meantime. So, as you know, we are busy replanning today after canceling OTC2. We have lots of opportunities to do activities to get ahead, and we can also expand your lunar flyby plan review time. If you find that you are in need of work, we would ask that you give us a call and we can give you items. That being said, I do have plenty of other important changes for you, so let me know when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, first up, down -6 weather forecast is on board. As you would expect, the models haven't agreed to what the weather will be yet, but we wanted to know you to know that it is there for your awareness. Victor, we wanted to let you know we are deferring your 24-hour acoustic monitoring activity to a day where we have a burn. That is your activity at 2040 MET this morning, and it also has a link to activity directly before your PMC in the afternoon that we are also deferring.
Okay, Victor copies.
For all of the crew's HRP standard measure yellow activities today, those are flexible. But they do need to be complete before Victor's Everywhere downlink this afternoon. And for Christina, please let us know which PCD you use for your cognitive assessment, because we need you to use the same one later in the mission for your second assessment.
Copy all.
Our OpNav moon pass is still going on in the background, even though we have canceled OTC2, and we are planning to Reschedule your SAW PAO event to be directly before your midday meal. We can call you on to that. And your second FD conference later today will be canceled. We are only keeping the one which is directly between the PMC and your pre-sleep.
Jenny, say that again. The first flight director conference is canceled. We're only doing the one before pre-sleep.
The second flight director conference is canceled. We will be performing the one that's directly between the PMC and pre-sleep.
Okay, that sounds great. Now I'm seeing that there's one that's kind of splitting the middle of pre-sleep, and that one is canceled. Gotcha.
Good read back. Next up, we know you were looking for the next trash location. That location is going to be in locker Delta, bag 2, which has a purple label and is labeled speaker/Bobs. You're going to need to clear it out a bit, so we suggest that you clear out the Bob, which can be deployed. Move some of the speaker bubble bags that are in there into the F1 large bag labeled AGA General Use, which is a brown label. And then move the Ziploc with harnesses and ARS tools into locker Echo, bag 9, blue label.
Christina copied all.
Well done, Christina. Okay, 2 more topics for you. One is on the pre-lunar flyby cabin config. We wanted to let you know that if you did take images, we do not have them. We would need them if you want them re-uplinked later as a pretty note to remind you what to do. If you do want them, please let us know where to link them from. And then finally, we want to know if you have any wet towels around the cabin, because we are looking at, in particular, for creating any static by increasing the humidity.
We did put some out. We deployed them yesterday after taking some hygiene baths, and they are drying by the vents, the outlet vents.
All right, great. We copy read. Do you have any questions or comments from us?
I did want to on the Café for Lunar Flight on board. We will strive to develop it only for situational awareness. We do not need them embedded in procedures. We do have a couple questions. First, Victor, on the mission summary, you good to go there. We have swapped the quick disconnect on the PWD over to the pry side from the secondary side. Just like to do that. And 2, got a second.
All right, we copy all. Take your PCD question.
For the private conferences, and all we need to use ECD3 or use any PD, it has to be 1. Or is it related to ASAP? We're not sure what that acronym is.
Checking. Reed, right now we'll be using PCD for those. We would have to change a software config to use the other PCDs for those.
Okay, so we do need to use BCD3. All right, thank you. And then for email syncs, I know we're working to just make this more operational, and we're going to learn as we go through the mission. Something that we're noticing is even if the sync is not complete, if there's any way we can at least get into email during pre-sleep and post-sleep times, that would help so that we can compose. It's very difficult to compose emails up here on the PCDs, and just having that time would help.
Thanks for letting us know.
Okay, I think the only other thing is we're looking for some status. I think you can find a conversation after this or later. Do you want the best we can?
Copy. We would be up for that whenever you're ready.
Okay, give us a couple minutes. If we find some gray space, we'll give you a couple.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
And anyway, we got you. We just want to troubleshoot the encoder a little bit. This morning when we powered it on, we get a status light, the orangish red status light for 5 seconds, then it goes, and we don't see it on the network, so we're wondering if there's an issue with that.
Copy. Thanks for the report, Jeremy. Can we confirm that you...
Jenny, one option is here.
Connect.
Get a spare encoder out and try it and learn on our own.
Copy your last, Jeremy. We would prefer to try to disconnect and reconnect and also power cycle before we move to one. So if you've not tried that already, try that.
We've done 2 power cycles, but with both of those power cycles, the HDMI adapter was connected as Ethernet connected. We can do another power cycle and disconnect it if you think it's there.
Jeremy, we don't need to try again. It is connected to your location for the...
Okay, I've got them pulled up here as long as the stowage or the packing plan is accurate. I'll go ahead and grab the one
location, Jared, should be there. Thanks.
I would to have a confirmation of the also in the hopper, I have 130.
We'll keep up with you.
Yes, regarding the message, we are doing all of our field activity as a lot of targets of opportunity. We're basically trying to do all the time. From the mission summary, it sounded like maybe what we're not doing is making you all aware of that. So I wondered, is that because you saw cities out, or is there a way to note what we've done missing?
We're checking. Hi, Christina. What we are expecting down here is the pre-sleep call down telling us shots that you've taken, and I think the expectation, since we're assuming you're taking plenty of them, is that you would call down anything that you might have missed. So a high priority shot that was a miss, we would like to know about. Otherwise, we'll assume that you have completed the shots that we expected.
Jenny, that is helpful. I will make sure that we include that as part of our pre-sleep activities, but I'm assured we're doing a lot, and we're really into it.
That's great, Christina. Okay. And if you still have that stowage question, we're ready for it too.
All right, Jenny, we'll collect all of our thoughts and what we have done. But there were, due to power downs and stuff, there were some pretty major things that we just couldn't get because there was no power to the system.
All right, we copy, Reed. Thank you.
And Jenny, I paused our comm while we shouted out pulse ox readings across the cabin, but did you say you were already also, it was a good time for a quick stowage question, low priority?
A-firm, we're ready.
Yes, this one might take some digging. I'm looking for a specific community hygiene item that is Honest lotion. So it's just hand lotion, and I believe the brand is Honest. I thought we had some on board, but we just haven't come across it yet, and I don't think our packing plan has that level of granularity. Thanks for tracking it down.
All right, we're on it. Thanks, Christina.
Thank you, and of course the answer could well come back that we don't have any on board and I'm remembering wrong, so thanks for the help.
No problem. We'll let you know.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 20 hours.
We're go for CCU dumps. I'm going to work on that now.
Reed, thanks for calling us first. We actually want you to pause on the CCU dump because we want to see if we are able to vent now that we've been in this bakeout attitude. So I'll give you a call when you're go to dump that.
Okay, copy that.
Current time, folks.
Integrity crew, we also want to remind you to hold off on any toilet use while we are doing this wastewater dump.
Copy. We are no-go for toilet and CCU dumps. Thank you.
All right, keep time to go.
Thanks, Christina.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time of 2 days, 20 hours and 42 minutes into the flight of Orion. However, this is known as Flight Day 4. We launched on April 1st. Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the crew woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. The crew then went into their post-sleep period. They were able to have breakfast, do any hygiene before starting their day, and we just wrapped up the daily planning conference with the teams here on the ground. Some of the items that came out of the daily planning conference include that the splashdown weather predictions are available for the crew to view. Again, targeting splashdown on April 10th. There are a select number of HRP activities. These are Human Research Program activities that are on the timeline that the crew on the ground wants to make sure the astronauts complete throughout the day, but they are not hard timelined or not hard scheduled, meaning that they can share and conduct at any time. We'll talk a little bit more about the daily planning conference momentarily, but the teams here on the ground, as you heard them call to the crew, are conducting a wastewater dump. If you look closely, you can see some of those particles leaving the spacecraft. This is a good sign. Last night, at the beginning of crew sleep, the ground performed a routine wastewater dump. However, it terminated after only dumping 3%. The suspected culprit may be some ice on the primary vent nozzle, so the teams rotated the spacecraft's attitude today to place that vent nozzle in the sun. The hope was for this 2-hour bake-out time to help melt the ice that may be preventing the waste dump. To allow for time to conduct this attitude of Orion, the OTC burn, outbound trajectory correction burn, was canceled for today. It was deemed unnecessary given our very precise translunar injection burn that put us on a path toward the moon and eventually a splashdown back in the Pacific Ocean. The outbound trajectory correction 1 burn was also canceled yesterday for the same reason of not being necessary due to our current trajectory. Cancellation of these burns means there's obviously no impact to the mission or the lunar flyby. These are just small tweaks to the burns performed to fine-tune the flight path. But again, we are on a great path around the moon thanks to the translunar injection burn performed on flight day 2. A few more items that we heard during the daily planning conference include the SAW PAO event, Solar Array Wing event. We are expecting the crew to be visible in the windows of Orion, while the Solar Array Wing cameras are used to snap a photo of Orion and its crew. We're hoping to see that scheduled before today's midday meal, and the midday meal is currently on the timeline closer to 7 p.m. Central. You also heard a trash location provided to the crew. Obviously, everything that launches with Orion has to come home with Orion. This is a little bit different than what we experience on the International Space Station, where trash can be loaded into visiting resupply spacecraft that burn up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. So everything being properly tracked and stowed, they were providing the crew exactly where they should put any trash that accumulates during the mission. Flight control team also had reports yesterday from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman as he was exercising that he was noticing some static electricity inside the spacecraft while he was exercising, and so the team asked if there are any wet towels they can use to place around the Orion spacecraft and help increase humidity.
integrity on 1 for the dump.
Go ahead.
Didn't know if you wanted to know anything from out the window, or maybe you got a saw camera pointed on it.
We do have a camera, but we'll take whatever you have.
It could just be sun positioning, but this does not look like it's the volume of previous dumps, and the particulate is overall extremely fine with a few larger ice chunks coming out every now and then. But the volume looks less, but again, that could just be sun angle.
Yeah, Reed, we are also seeing less volume with this dump. We appreciate the report. That's helpful for us.
We continue monitoring the wastewater dump aboard the Orion spacecraft. Again, we maneuvered into this position to at melting around the primary vent nozzle. Victor Glover reporting that they appear to be seeing less volume in this wastewater dump than previously experienced, and the ground confirms that this is a test flight, and so every single system aboard Orion is getting tested by humans for the first time. So every day is a learning experience for the teams on the ground, as well as the astronauts who make up the Artemis II crew.
Integrity Houston, toilet is go for fecal use only, and you are go to dump CCUs as required.
Copy.
And Integrity, for your awareness, that dump lowered our quantity by about 15%, 1-5.
Copy.
Confirmation from teams here in Artemis Mission Control that the wastewater dump is complete. Again, the wastewater dump was terminated early last night, and the suspected reason was ice on the primary vent nozzle. This vent is the drain for the toilet and would be great to have space plumbers to unclog. However, our crew is well trained in all systems.
Integrity for PCV conference clarification.
Houston Integrity, AGA readings when you're ready.
We're ready for AGA readings.
Current AGA readings are CO2 2.2, O2 20.4. 78.1 degrees Fahrenheit. 14.05 psi. We still have an amber low battery light, and during the startup, I did not see any reference to battery remaining.
We copy all, Victor. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As you can see, the Orion spacecraft now maneuvering back to its previous position. We were in a new attitude, allowing that primary vent nozzle to be pointed toward the sun, help thaw up some of the ice that helps us drain the toilet. With that maneuver complete, we are continuing to move the spacecraft, and the crew inside are getting the opportunity to talk with some of their family members.
Houston, integrity for encoder.
Go ahead.
I'm getting the exact same signature on the second encoder with that status light coming on for about 5-ish seconds and then going away with no Ethernet indicator lights and not seeing it on the network. Does that status give us any hints as to what's going on? Sir, that change from yesterday is detected from Ethernet port on pump 1 overnight to the docking camera, then reconnect to that port. I guess I could try recycling that cable just to see if that changes anything, but I'm curious what that status light might indicate.
Yeah, Jeremy, we'll talk about Ethernet cables, so we'll take your recommendation to cycle now. On the topic, I do have a clarification on PC for conferences, if you want that now.
Okay, go ahead with that.
We're going to focus on the for now. I'll have those words for you soon.
Houston integrity, just double check that Reed's PFC is happening on time. He hasn't seen anything yet.
We're checking. And we see Jeremy logged into VC. Reed's family is ready. We just want to confirm that you see the same.
Reed is waiting on VC on PCD3. Does he need to log in as him, or?
No, Jeremy, we will dial your VC account to make it work. It should be done shortly.
We found the encoder. It was the Ethernet cable was plugged into the meters, whatever the ones we use for Ascent. So it should be now, and we'll get you a view soon.
And we'll take that to all conferences. Thanks.
I'm going to put the encoder in the back-end bag now.
Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are getting a live look inside the flight control room. Currently, the Orbit 1 team is on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan, there on the right of your screen in the white shirt. Capcom for today in the center of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Artemis 2 backup Jenny Gibbons. She's the voice you'll hear talking with the crew. And to her right is Capcom Matthew Dunn.
Houston Integrity. You asked if we had some free time to give you a call. I can help you with something right now.
Copy, Jeremy. We'll be back with you in a minute. Integrity for activities for Jeremy.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jeremy, in your free time, we suggest that you go to the task list and you can choose the cabin speaker assessment or the PWD flow test. And if you prefer not to do either of those, you can always go to the Nat Geo shot list.
Okay, thanks. Houston Integrity, 4 CCUs have been dumped. We are complete. Thank you.
Copy all. Thanks, Victor.
And Houston Integrity, we're just curious, if we had another CCU to dump in the next 10 to 15 minutes, can we just go ahead and do that? Will the heaters be configured? Does that work for your plan?
Checking. Affirm, Jeremy, our heaters are configured, so you would be go to dump.
Okay, you can anticipate that then.
Copy. We will.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You continue to hear calls from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, his first flight to space, referencing the CCU, Collapsible Contingency Urinal. The crew is using these at this time rather than the toilet as we continue troubleshooting the wastewater dumps, having just completed one. Crew was using these instead of the waste management system. Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, you are likely hearing the crew members refer to their spacecraft as Integrity. It is the Orion spacecraft, and the Artemis 2 crew members named it Integrity, announcing that name last fall. They said the name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success.
Integrity on 1 for the conferences.
Go ahead.
From this point forward, if you see any crew member logged into VC, just go ahead and connect the conferences straight to them. We'll likely be on Jeremy's login for most of the conferences.
Copy all. That works for us. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft. We don't have views at this time, but hope to regain them shortly. Currently, Orion and it's over 176,700 miles away from Earth and closer to the moon than to our home planet, now just 103,972 miles away from the moon. You can track the location of Orion at any time visiting /Artemis. We are eagerly awaiting the lunar flyby on Flight 6. That flight window is targeted to in 2 days, 3 hours, and 1 minute. During the crew's daily planning conference with teams here in Mission Control Houston, the teams on the ground relayed to NASA astronaut Christina Cook that any of her HRP standard measures timelined today could be completed at any time. This crew is the first crew in deep space to participate in the spaceflight standard measure studies. This investigation that data from participating crew members aboard the station and elsewhere since 2018. And the study aims to get a comprehensive snapshot of astronauts' bodies and minds by gathering a consistent set of core measurements of physiological response. Let's take a look.
Know how your doctor always checks your heart rate, blood pressure, and vital signs? NASA collects similar measurements with many astronauts possible, and includes the Artemis 2 crew flying around the moon. These belong to measures. Comparing information from astronauts before, during, and flight provides a window into what happened to the body in space. On their spacecraft, Artemis crew will track their nutrition, health, and scan pre and launch of their eyes and brain. The crew will also and test examining balance, muscle performance, motion sickness, and changes in bio. Since 2018, NASA has been gathering standard measures like these from the International Space Station. But Artemis 2 will be the first to provide measurements in deep space. After returning from their mission, crew will move through orbit. They'll exit a capsule and conduct simulated moonwalk activities in a pressurized spacesuit, including practicing walking, using a ladder, connecting tubes to the capsule, carrying bulky objects, and more. Why? Some astronauts feel dizzy, unsteady, and nauseated post-flight, but scientists want to know how soon after landing on the moon could astronauts carry out mission-critical tasks and what workloads they could handle before fatigue sets in. By understanding how deep space travel affects the human body, NASA can take steps towards sending future astronauts to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Thanks for joining our coverage today. Thanks for tuning in. We are live 24/7 throughout the Artemis 2 mission, all the way from prior to launch until splashdown and astronaut recovery. Today we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn 2. This would have been a very small maneuver using the traction control system on the European model. However, that was canceled. It was unnecessary. We have a great trajectory to the lunar injection completed on flight day 2. That's the burn that set us on a course for the moon and helped us leave low Earth orbit for the first time in over years. It also allowed time to spacecraft and assist troubleshooting with some of the water dump issues they experienced. They did another wastewater dump earlier and were able to clear up more of that.
Integrity on 1, any chance for a 5-minute private with the flight director?
Yes, sir, we're setting it up.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard that call from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis 2 spacecraft, down to the ground asking if they would privatize one of the loops. Again, almost all of their communication does go out publicly, so it's not uncommon for them to request the opportunity to speak with or flight controller teams on their own.
Copy, sounds good.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by the Artemis 2 crew. They are setting up for a public affairs event. Today they'll be speaking with NBC and CBS. We are now 2 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the Artemis 2 mission. The sight of humans around the moon in over 50 years.
Houston, Integrity for photos. We have photos on PCD-1 of the CCU.
Copy, we'll grab them, thank you.
Jenny, FYI, we will have a few more after the PAO conference as well.
Copy.
As previously discussed, the crew aboard Orion is setting up for today's public affairs event. The Orion spacecraft on the left, pilot Victor Glover, and on the right, mission specialist Christina Cook, both NASA astronauts. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, on flight day 4 of the Artemis 2 mission. As mentioned, the crew inside Orion is getting set up for a public affairs event that will take place in just about 7 minutes. The clients today are NBC and CBS. The astronauts will be speaking live with them from the spacecraft. They have been in space for 2 hours and 8 minutes. Orion is now 108,250 miles from the place we all call our planet Earth. Shortly after today's transitioning, we will be transitioning over to the mission status briefing here at targeted for 15 Central Time. If you're watching on YouTube on NASA's stream, you can continue to watch on this feed to watch the news conference, but if you're interested in continuing to get live views from the spacecraft, you can transition to the other live feed available on NASA's YouTube. Again, our coverage continues 24/7, so don't go anywhere.
And Houston, as we get ourselves put back together, just make sure the scene and voice still looks good. From our perspective, the camera might be a little tilted, but it might be good.
Copy, Reed. Still looks good to us. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, from inside Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NBC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Tom Costello with NBC News. Are you hearing us okay?
Hey, Tom, it's great to hear your voice all the way up here, 155,000 nautical miles from Earth. How are you doing?
I'm well. Congratulations on your mission so far. I'm told this is the farthest conducted in history. I'm wondering, how does it feel right now to be in a place that nobody has been since 1972?
Honestly, it is unbelievable in 1972. Just being up here and seeing how difficult this is. We have a little bit of echo when we're answering. But this is a magnificent accomplishment to be up here, to see the moon, to see the Earth between those two celestial bodies, and you can see it. Look out the window. Earth is almost in full daylight, and the only way you get that view is to be halfway between the bodies. It's really awe-inspiring up here.
The images back are absolutely spectacular, and when you look at the moon that you're for, and it gets closer and closer, what are your thoughts?
Well, we have our first view of the moon far side, and it was absolutely spectacular. One of the interesting things that happens when you look at a moon that inherently looks different is like the darker parts just aren't quite in the right place, and something about you senses that is not the moon that I'm used to seeing. And sure enough, we got our targeting information, and we matched up, and we're like, yeah, that is the dark side. That is something we have never seen before. We must be somewhere between the Earth and the moon, getting a view from a different place, and something that has so much, just so many spiritually, for so long, seeing it and hearing how much we miss and love our families, and knowing that we're seeing the same moon. It's an amazing feeling.
And look, you've sent these breathtaking images, and it's east. What are your emotions as you look back at Mother?
Before I talk about emotions, there's been a lot of disbelief up here. Just the fact that what we're seeing, where we are, to wrap your mind around. Like, I mean that sincerely. It really bends your mind, and the emotions that come along with that. There's a lot of happiness. Just to have experience unique things just brings you joy as a human. We're explored as human beings. You really feel it out here, and it brings a lot of joy. And the way you are humbled, the fact that 4 of us get to be here, just brings the thought that we're doing our best to show it with the camera. But you can't. Those photos are amazing. But let me assure you, it is another level of amazing here. And there's a lot of gratitude for the team to make this possible. Then the final emotion is humanity's future. We do this right now means we could do so much more.
You guys are superstars, rock stars, and I'm wondering, you've been able to talk to your families. How are they doing with you so far?
Just from some of the conferences, and then what I enjoyed with family, I think there's a lot of interesting to hear what they have witnessed on the news and in social media, but also the launch experience. I got to hear the first story, what they felt and what they were thinking, and then what they to know from me. And the conferences were awesome to hear people talking to their families and to speak, and a lot, and I'm actually still processing. Mine was just about an hour ago, and I have a lot to go write down in my journal.
I just wanted to go on a family conference right before Victor, so we had our Christine and I was just so jealous of them yesterday. I was so happy I was jealous. And then two daughters came on, and it was just the three of us talking. It was just, we're up here, and for the moment, I was with my little family, and it was just entirely.
I'm just curious, you have all been dreaming of this moment for so long. In space, when you are finally at this moment that you're working for so long.
Well, we're here and such a long day that I think our bodies are ready to sleep no matter what. Most of us have been sleeping really well. For me, this is one of the most comfortable ways to sleep, and it's very deep sleep. Times when you first get up here, you have a little bit of a sensation that something's wrong as soon as you wake up. Maybe you're falling or you can recognize surroundings. But I mean, honestly, being up here is one of the things about this mission. We are just people trying to get back. For example, look at the far side of the moon and take in its awesomeness and go, maybe I should change my socks and try a pair of socks. So that is the dichotomy of human spaceflight.
How will you, at this moment, your families, your grandkids, many years now?
I think, you know, humans doing this for reasons. Great, but we're the lucky four that got to be in mission at the right place at the right time with our national team, and we're up here doing this. I don't think any of us have really thought about legacy or any of that sort of thing. I do think we really need someday, my kids or maybe kids or Christina's or Jerry, you know, somebody somewhere tell stories of some of them are going to be human element too. And I think it's fun to share in this human adventure. Human exploration and sharing this with our heart with every person on planet Earth.
Al Roker is only upset that he couldn't be here any more than the Today Show, watching every moment of this.
I have to be honest. I was happy to talk to you. I mean, Al. You know, we running around with Opie, watch the launch, and we're talking to him and get back. Love you, Al.
Yeah. He was with me the whole time. You all look great. We're wishing you a great trip, and we want to see great photographs from the far side of the moon.
Thank you, Tom. It's great to be with you.
This is Houston ACR. That concludes the news portion of the event for a voice news.
This is Mark Strong.
Mark, we have you loud and clear here in Integrity, 155,000 nautical miles of Earth. How do we sound?
It's fantastic. Congratulations on success so far. Amazing images you sent back. My first question, I hope a couple of you will take a stab at. I mean, so many people on Earth are living this moment through your experience on a personal level. Since leaving Earth's orbit, what have you been most struck by? What's the biggest surprise?
I definitely think that that I have been most struck by was on Transmisión Day. You know, before we did that translunar injection burn, give me a second for the technical, and then I'll get to the artistic. We're 38 miles from Earth, and then we got to come down to just 100 miles from Earth and do that translunar injection burn, and we head out to the moon. You could look at the window and then look back. It was bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And finally, I'm not sure if we're going to go around it or hit it. I mean, we're at the Earth. That we're just 100 miles up. That is not anywhere near the height of the International Station. They're just screaming right above the clouds, and that burn went off. And then just months later, we're back, and we're already 3,000 miles from the head of the moon, like blew away.
No, Mark, I think one of the things, so many amazing things that we've seen on this mission But something else that's is a lot of Jeremy's reaction to looking out at Earth, being a flyer. But the difference between Jeremy and someone who's never flown, but all four of us, and someone who's never flown, is essentially equal. The field just amazed to be up here, and some of the sites that we know, even though we live on space station for we have seen that we have never before from that right on 30,000 miles from Earth and seeing views.
Okay, all done. Where we wish we packed differently. That's your deeper into space. It's left behind that you wish.
You're hearing a lot of brainstorming and right now. The down here is we feel very well taken care of. There's not a whole lot without that typical forgetting your sunscreen or your bug spray on vacation. They thought of everything. We've got it all. My initial response was my family. I would love to have them up here, but then I might actually never come home. And I really can't do much. The other joke was we had radiation on our computer and took it down. So we would have packed a computer. That we're just so well taken care of. In fact, sometimes we forget. Easily just get your president and forget exactly where we are.
I want to ask a question for all the young people watching. Take studying the science and engineering of the moon along with what it takes. What's your message to all the kids watching fascinated?
I was sharing with people yesterday. You identify your passions in life. You're attracted to something out there that, and then everybody has something of value to offer. I mean, that is just a true human. The four people up here doing this, we have self-doubt in our pathway as well. So too, or thinking, do that once in a while. And so share your passions with others, and you're going to be amazed at how they help you. Your team help you interested in doing. And the reality is, humanity needs those contributions. So.
For you, Apollo 8 had a memorable Christmas Eve Genesis. Do you have a message you'd like to share?
I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought up. I think these are important as we are so far from Earth. The creation. I think for me, one of the really perspectives that I have is I see Earth as one thing. And when I read the Bible and I look at all of the amazing that were done, who created this, you have this spaceship. You guys are talking to us because we're a spaceship really from Earth, but your own spaceship called Earth that was created to live in the universe and the cosmos. Maybe distance we are from you is special, but what distance from you? And I'm trying to tell you, just all of this is a whole bunch of nothing. This thing we call the universe. You have this. We get to exist together. I think going to Easter Sunday, thinking about all around the world, whether you celebrate it or not, whether you believe in God or not, it's an opportunity for us to where we are, who we are, and everything that gets together.
Well, for someone who didn't have anything prepared, that was extraordinary. Don't have radio silence for about 40 minutes. Side of the moon, everyone else. You'll be focused on the mission. What do you the rest are thinking of?
I also haven't had anything prepared for that, but I think you come to mind for me are thinking about others. When people talk about at Apollo 11 first moving, there's the landed on the moon, and then there's the one called orbit, and he did orbits around the part of the moon alone with those losses of signal. And people asked him the rest of his life what that was like. And it's for me, gratitude that this huge universe we live together on Earth, what an anomaly is. When I was time on its own out the window, I was struck by the blackness around it. You think about what it's together and what it means to be apart from your loved ones during that time, and that maybe we'll all come to a relation.
We've all watched the moon grow.
But doing something that I've just really taken by is the waning from it. It's been I thought I assumed it's sort of like the moon is consistent. You know, it's a huge change from one day to the next, and how much of it is lit. But from 1 hour or 2 hours up here, we can see completely as this orbit changes close to Earth. That was to me like we woke up this morning on TLI morning. It was a half. Then Earth, and then it was to watch and grow. It's exciting. That's where we're alive. When we're done with you today, we're going to get into some review of some science we're going to be doing, and mindset the Earth, and I'm out to do some of those observations. Sometimes some improvement before we start. Add one thing. Add yesterday the docking hatch camera to the top side, and we just see the moon, and it's different. And we were the far side. See from Earth of Grimaldi or that far, and the moon our entire life. It just looked out the window. That is wild. It just really put us in the universe.
Thank you, everyone. And I think I'll refill that in an extra. We'll get back.
And great to you and grateful.
This CTR concludes.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity will now resume.
Houston, we're configuring the HHP camera.
Thanks, Reed. Integrity Houston for ID clarification.
going back to the next step in our course.
We were always to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is core to human.
Continuing to test out
with 7 miles. 7 miles.
Humanity's had some big goals. We can bring together genius from around the world.
You have people on planet Earth putting together to innovate for the benefit and to inspire their
Good afternoon, Announcements, Texas. I'm Jones, and we are today to discuss the Artemis 2 mission and ongoing historic crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft. Here to provide us on the mission thus far is John Honeycutt, manager for NASA's Space Launch Program, Judd Flynn, Artemis Flight Director, Orion Deputy Program Manager, and Kelsey Young, lead for NASA Science Mission Director. We'll start with brief remarks from each of our briefers before we jump into questions here. If you are dialed into our phone bridge, please press *1 your name to the queue. If you feel your name's been called, please press *2 and withdraw your question. Please do the name you'd like to direct. Without further ado, John, opening remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think most of you know I was on a hiatus from my SLS job for the last 7 or 8 months, and the management team. We'll talk about this when I get through my remarks. It's good to be here all today. Again, as we continue the Artemis mission. First remains on the return to on the moon. We'll fly by day 6, which is Monday coming up. So very excited about that. As yesterday, Richard and Jeremy are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. Getting incredibly busy. I know you've watching coverage of this, and I think they're really enjoying their work, and I can tell that in their voice when we're listening to it. And then I'll it's pretty cool. So we took this yesterday. This image today, if you can see them, I've never seen my eyes until yesterday on the robotic image in the region of the moon. And then next image, you can see Commander Reed Weissman getting a view of the Earth from interior. It's a bit different than what he saw in the National Space Station. That's beautiful. From a team perspective, we continue to discuss status updates from mission. We get a relation and easy necessary. Currently, we're working through. I'd like to hear more from Judd, and they can discuss those. None of those were increase in mission risk or to the team has not MT taking far. As part of getting an out from the SLS team, just what it looked like perfect through launching the day that out for SLS. Is the SLS rocket was again just right down the middle. Our accuracy was within 10%. Relative to things that are important, primary with the strike, it's home and it's back on Earth. But it certainly it doesn't go. First step is getting the rocket ready. The next step is having SLS over the craft in space. And so it had 9.92%. That's a big guy, and I'm very happy about that. So with that, what do you do?
John, half of Cruise yesterday, they performed a promo just to figure out where we got in activity to do that. We also did a test and search our track mode of the Orion communication, so that's if Orion for some reason loses pointing knowledge, then it will on its own. Crew did check out their bits. They did some also event there. We also did a DSN emergency comm test to test on the emergency. I'm sure that was well. Today, Affairs planned medical conference. During the night, we tried to met the tank problems due to suspected problems directed at night. Their classical urine devices, just like they did. This morning, we had our normal planning conference. We also had the and also psychological conferences. Additionally, we're going to do a test of the PWD data that so we can get that data to the engineering team. The direction today was canceled because again, Orion is doing such a great job at research and action that Liburn ended up canceling that. It allowed us to put space in attitude, put sun on the vent that to heat that up and get that water vented. We really still got half of the tanks, half the tanks. So today we'll do the manual demo 2. 6 degree of freedom versus 3 degree of freedom loads, so we can get detailed information on those behave. Also, we'll video the device so we can engineering device. We'll also do another event for the Canadian Space Agency, taking and medical conferences. And I'll talk about Ryan.
All right. So yeah, I'm pleased with the craft. It's very good health. It continues to operate nominally over the moon, so no major time. I'm going to first put the exterior review of the craft. So this is a beautiful the sun shining off. The tape covers all of his TPS actual tiles. We actually yesterday for the routine inspection of the entire screen of the that were turned easy back, and I'm pleased to report no major tape. We did looks quite a bit better at this point in the mission. Also, this image is tomorrow. So it's downloading data throughout the high resolution images that are out so far. And let's see. We are still continuing to troubleshoot the urine venting, as mentioned, partial successful that Judd mentioned sunlight on it. The vent located near that umbilical bottom there being the module and the crew module. And so we think it's probably been more shadow anticipated, and so some of the whole problem. So continue to troubleshoot that. These is all these kinds of events as well. It's okay looking out. The itself is as a test site for how these systems work together. We only have an situation. I guess we'll go to the next photograph. The photograph, it's a little dark. So you turn the lights off or out windows. So you can see Jeremy makes the window. She is on her laptop computer. So anyway, inside most of the time are lit up. So we see performing in the capsule. So I guess the space continues to operate. Our team remains working toward testing out all of the systems, getting through all the objectives, and continuing to work the minor things on the list. So with over to Kelsey.
Yeah, please, we're doing lunar flyby, which is Monday. So as we just heard, the middle crew so we're gearing up to support flyby. April 1st was the really exciting observation for the moon. Leo to several hour rate. With the flyby, they'll see on your side. That's the side that we at night when they're going to be on your side as well. Get closer on that near side far section, to the side away from our own. So as they get, they'll be able to see features you guys haven't before seen. Earlier Paul would mention it's a really exciting destination. They got amazing far away. An opportunity to fly by to spend a lot of time. You're set that we're to the soon, and you're about to see the side, of course. It's really interesting to have is actually having to have the sun will pass behind from their perspective, being a clip. So it's very, very even. It will be a 3-minute eclipse, and then the sun pops out of the moon. There are lots of objectives baked into what they're doing during flyby. Those objectives were developed by our lunar science team. We can go to the lunar science team currently on building across the station. We built that were our science questions on player science, and we developed a follow on Monday. They're actually today. We have about an hour tour Monday, and we're looking forward to hearing and ultimately seeing the photos that they think the crew is spending months in the right environment. Observations. It's really really what we're able to do for us. I'm excited to hear your questions.
Okay, so now we'll open it up for questions. We'll start with Marcia.
I'm just press. Sorry, I have some toilet questions. Marcia just with some toilet questions. I'm right now. Toilets, no, okay for no. Sorry, access and back to see how to use them to try to read. So I think those and you got again.
So the is likely will work with them right now to figure out what's going on. That is the number 2. And as far as the contingency, each member has 2 of those, but they can be stored, which still works. Or could be collected in a bags. We don't anticipate that since we'll vent the unit.
The urine tank is a vehicle. It's like a small trash can, so we do that before we bring else in.
Thank you both. Next up, we'll take a question.
Hi, questions, I guess. You guys come out here and sort of call me and you can you just kind of and dry scenes and talk about, is everything kind of sort of as it appears, like it's control? Because it was kind of once and out there's it's fairly frenetic because it looks like you guys either for or you mentioned the 6.3 document today for Artemis 3 or mission. How many chances do you anticipate being almost all kind of crazy necessary?
Yes, so I'm accused of worry and kind of even keel, and I see the rest of the team in the meetings every day. Now, spend a great deal of time training, and training is really hard. And so I think the amount we're training about, and we're working together. So I'm really with the way that my team and FOD have been integrating across each other, our department to the so we got pretty close. It's been thanks to out these back in West of the World, I'm getting rid of some teams that are representing such. I doubt all if we're into something a little tougher. I think things will still. I don't think things get up with them and generally with missions.
That's a question. Future anticipation. Most of the time, we're using we're targeting. At the time, we would be using manual modes. We had visual cues to close and things like that, so we can how the filling quality graded up in 3 hours. This is all this part of it to come in to if you have any kind of situation.
Thanks, jet operators. So anything that you guys are trying not to make us not work off. Just to hear what everyone thinks about the next fixation on the issue. I know you.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand and flying over didn't have that kind of vehicle, so it's always challenging. It's just a very good. But I think we're not totally unexpected. Ways there's other constraints. The point of the protection of the vehicle, so I only have to up in space for the first time. So other things I'm working every day. I would think the kind of smell, but not something. Look at that. We have analyzers on look, but we're not seeing off on the thermal system. So we'll be looking. I'm sure what that be. Really little things, but that's really the point.
On the is, everybody knows what that is. That's here. It's harder to make space. So I'm interested in it. I know we're going to be now, but I would really like to be in the best for the crew's sake. It's like it's in base already, but it makes sense that I wouldn't have capability of the toilet. No, they're okay. There's this question.
With Nation Week, many operations rendezvous and eventual docking. Thinking HLS is flying, or Orion or HLS be the active vehicle, which path? And I have a question about Orion. Considering this being a flight of a crewed vehicle, regular systems, and a handful, maybe, how would you compare this performance on the flight with some of the Starliner, maybe even Shuttle? Thanks.
So the part, with the active vehicle, and so if it's rendezvousing with HLS, for instance, or that vehicle, and then when they come back, and then HLS the active vehicle doing with Orion. Asked your second question.
I'm talking about a lot of information earlier, the more recent flights and things that they experience. I think I'm performing remarkably well. So we're hoping this is what we were going to see. We haven't seen our systems exist. So we're going to have to defer to something about what happens, Dragon and those other things.
Thanks. What are you planning on doing in a or is it possible as well? Just to clarify the 2-minute, 53-minute long, where is that in that 3-hour window?
So the outbound direction number 3, we can get this on our current numbers of the SM reaction.
And the eclipse, the fly-by-day profile will look like a roughly hour period where the moon, you guys see the illuminated moon, and then a short time after ice, we'll kind of have a break in latitude with some other tasks before then pitting back to the eclipse. So 53 minutes is roughly an hour after ice at the end of the window.
Thank you. Hi, Jackie Waddles is in. Dr. Young, I just wanted to ask you, the president's budget request came out yesterday, and we saw another proposal to cut the science, but I just wanted to ask you, how are you thinking about these agencies and firms that have had an income, and also would just love to know how we're doing to employees. Thanks.
Everything today is focused on Artemis. Your budget numbers are along at NASA. budget. If you have additional questions, you can reach out to us about it. Thanks. Other question? Yes.
I think space.com. Look back at there's a lot of the crew you'll see the flyby coming up, and I imagine that kind of launch first. So I'm curious, going through targets to the geography and whatnot, what you are looking at in terms of price, and how do you keep not looking at the moon of the 5-hour period approach and the way out things?
It was a really challenging week back in September, given that targets will be visible to them and are entirely dependent on when exactly they arrive at the moon. At any time, 100 meters of the moon is illuminated, 100 meters is not. So we actually built a list of targets on their surface for the entire series because we knew that they launched and we realized there we'd be able to narrow and there prioritize based on our objectives. And so as we were getting closer to this launch window, building out that target of how we would prioritize April launch, of course we actually yesterday the room we showed earlier on screen, you can they were working to basically find of targets that will lead the crew on Monday. The first day is like the set solution and then the final targeting plan will be project by on Monday. And really in that way are able to maximize that we're going to have the flyby by waiting to exactly get there and maximizing the science at the profile that we're going to do. So I'll say, the part about kind of where most have gone to. We had done a lot of months on the target subjects on the illuminated lunar surface. On the eclipse, we really did focus on weeks. So we put a lot of fleshing out those prompts because also the crew to execute this, looking at their crew, executing target based around prompts that the team provides to them. So we put a lot of several weeks into continuing to flesh out the target.
We are going to take a few questions from our phone. If you want a phone question, please press 1 and 2. We'll start with Nell Greenville with NR.
I think this is another related question. You have maximizing points. Could you actually mention that you want to exercise the lab? Have people seen this before? And what will the astronauts be able to contribute about the sun? What's the actual science? And similarly, with the lunar target, we have a lot of pictures and things like what are the actual questions? What is the max in terms of what the astronauts are doing? Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad somebody asked me about this. Absolutely. We have 10 lunary science questions for the mission that we're targeting, and so we're going to have the eclipse focused. Yes, Apollo crews saw similar eclipses, which again is from the vantage point of the crew, moon seeing the sun from view. What's different about eclipse for here is that us, the solar eclipse last year actually were coming up to the eclipse from 2024. What's unique from the Earth's surface is that at which point the moon and the sun in the sky appear the same size. So you see that environment, the moon moves, takes center of the sun. Of course, it's much bigger than we do. The moon appears much more in their view than it does here on Earth. And so in that visual you hear, the sun appears as a little disk, and that means that instead of the ring of fire eclipse that we see here on Earth, they'll actually see the corona, but only part of it. And we have questions designed around looking at solar time of the eclipse, and so they'll actually be able to make arguments on April 6th and what's the time. We included props to just that see solar corona to really help our science in these processes, especially given the point that the crew we're going to have relative to our here on Earth and our scientists as well. The second part of your question on just X-related science, we do again are driving questions from our community, our science mission surveys around how you prioritize objectives in the community driving, and we them based on Artemis 2 and are uniquely able to launch. For example, human beings are really good at making nuanced observation. We have data from based off the reconnaissance order, the Space Flight Center. I love it. It's been able to tell us about lunar science. However, I actually could do a well-trained these people have are capable of just making nuanced observations. Apollo observations can tell us something. When Apollo 17 saw orange soul, he flexible, and launched into orbit, saw that same cue from when they got to when they went to orbit. That's when they could see numbers much more recently than we had expected before. Looking for the crew to take time during their flyby, let them know what they're seeing, and pull out any of those subtle colors, especially in parts of the far that had never seen before by eyes. And we have intelligence because of what all of us and because of what those orbiting spacecraft are us. And that's what we're doing. Is photometry. That's essentially the advantage of the illumination throughout the flyby. So the analogy I'll give, and we actually ran crew in training, is imagine a same bus. You know that beach is flat, there's texture, different particle sizes. Turn off the room, look at the bus, shine a light, shine clear off it. Is color. You'll see color and albedo on that surface. The side, use all the ones that you will see topography and quality. Comparing the angles allows us to really understand lunar surface illusion. And though we can't move the sun, we can move it. And so at the same target, more than once flyby, they'll be able to get different illuminations, have some spacecraft, some years to, and the fact that they're able to see that bridge of solar really helps us on some of our really high priority lunar science questions.
Let's go to the phone bridge.
Hi, much. I'm just for Steve. I wanted to talk about isolated helium feedback today. Just wanted to make sure that the second line still holding okay. And I think that we got done with the second helium feed continues down. This wouldn't mean that you have to regulate and get through that.
Sure. Yeah. So as yesterday, I believe we did a bunch of our modeling of the SM system, and we have not exactly determined what is getting a little bit of pressure rise, which was or not what we had seen in previous testing, and so isolated that branch that's is completely operable now. So we have concerns being able to operate the prop system. Remaining burns, we have actually no integration into the monosystem tanks, which is now holding amount of helium that are backfilled with already helium. So it's a problem to go with the remaining burns that we would need. If we did have an issue on that, we can always have the branch. The branch is not precluded because we saw this feature. We just decided to use the first training burns. The burns, I'm sure Judge more to do, but that's why we don't need the pressurization. And it needs to burn, I think 4 to 5 times more we actually need based on the predicted burns.
Yeah, I'll add so the trajectory correction. We got 4 remaining. Each one of those budgeted or so for. And we're really only seeing only second. Those And so we've got plenty of validity, as we call it. So plenty of reasons to not have to use helium, even if we had a problem with this.
And like I'm expecting an off-and-on textures, they may have to use a visualization system in the second branch to we can also tolerance or so we decided to isolate one branch to make the behavior and do a transmission on the branch.
One more question before coming back into the room, except it's Joe South America.
For instance, there's a preserved lunar meteorite you're excited for humanized. Is there something that you're doing for the astronauts? And also, are they gallographed any other celestials of the moon already?
Yes. If you ask 100 scientists, I'm sure you get 100 different. I think I'll maybe cheat call. I think this is an impact and is the role in national science, like solar system science. It's the type of information we use to understand processes. It's one of the most ubiquitous in the solar system. We've never had on far away. I will say a little bit of crew is really excited about it. They're really excited about the significance in lunar science. So I'm really eager to visit the ornithologist given the excitement that the lunar science and the crew has. Also, working through, we had 15 lunar challenge, so we gave them 50 features across the entire surface that at any given time, I don't think we'll see at least 5 of them at a time. So you can, you'll always be able to orient yourself on the moon. They'll actually twice on Monday is okay. One of the big 15. They use it for equipping themselves. We actually literally have cards for understanding your geography. And so I'm excited that we made it into targeting plan and that they'll see something really ancient. So there's a lot of really exciting potential for observations. And what I'm excited about Monday is hearing those descriptions starting to through. They practiced for many, many months on the moon and guys on the rail. I'm really looking forward to bringing the moon closer to Monday.
Well, Rob, thanks for working the time. Question for John, your mission manager role. We heard this morning when crew first days, like there may be some weather in the splashdown zone. The assessment phase of the mission, how the splashdown recovery is going. And then your on, you mentioned earlier in your remarks, the rock performed pretty better than Artemis. In that, are there some tweaks on between the flew and the rocket flying? Thanks.
I think the first question as far as entry, so it's a little tap now our models to converge. Our just been monitoring what we think models are going to do. Essentially in between two systems. And if the system goes down, they might have a case where it might be good in the San Diego area, might be a little more range. Again, those models are far out. So we'll get better models. That's when we'll plan to shift the proper area in planning for new question.
Yeah, it's early in the data review process, and so the not now or based on the limited amount that we've got, I think the resolution we need to get better. And if it's something that we need to change on the rocket, we'll do it. For instance, we launched an Artemis and put the stretch on and they did their job fast. So, we're doing it today, and the data's up. We need to address it. We're going to go do that.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Hongdae in South Korea. Thanks for joining us. And we are Cuban carried on us to education. And despite that, it was a first step for Korea's participation in the international lunar mission. Looking at what kinds of opportunity will future for international partners like Korea participate beyond set right chairs?
Yeah, so where we are on the mission that's being planned for SLS and the architecture and the associate minister over the last couple of weeks, I'm not aware of being to do it. Then there can't be something come up. I would just say that the KLE call on it if it's needed.
Thanks,
Space Scout. Over the day, Christina issue for your and wondering if any of you could speak to what you're doing, and also how you take those links that these models email from the early part of the mission and then personally.
Yes, so we're commuting by it's a computer, so it's more. But we agree that Rita, Victor, and have, and so she's able to use more of the years for using half. And it's just because we're not connected to the internet, alternative means sometimes those files what would be a bridge directed, and so it's not usually on the internet station. Sometimes my team and I would say that's not what we can work those and can forward.
Hi, from the New York Times. This Chelsea, can you clarify that our impact never seen by humans? And I'm also curious if you have any cultural importance of seeing the specimen with humans.
The reason that have never before seen by humans it's that when oceans launch craft they're illuminated because that's of course where the polygon. So for when Apollo 4 moved, the far side course orbit, the far side was not illuminated at the time when we were in orbit. So if we went closer to the moon, that's too wide, and the horizons are there, you're not going to see the holes. And so we have a huge parts where we'll actually be a older disk, that will be able to also provide scientific context or observations. So really, needing founders on creating can on the surface, and the unique environments you have is much farther than Apollo. Actually, X for those processes that are so influential across the respect. Where one all the way down to
this time in the
Quinja from the Planetary Science Space Magazine. I have a question for John Hyde. Orion will be the first from the R2 to and given 2 years for with this. Give us an idea what the most important milestones we now have to met in order to be interested in
the stage. So I kind of took this team job. We're in the beginning stages of what I started looking at perspective. What kind of we would use to use that's basically all the stuff. And so what we've done is work with the study team has already done the last 6 months, and I'm sorry, that's what they're doing. The primary thing for us would be building after to get the state and make sure that we get it integrated with the launch platform and the tower, which early on is going to be a problem.
Here's what staff will be for the Artemis 2. And we our 3, 4, and 5 space travel discussion at every instance are with the first, shortly after mission get out, the space we look at and start thinking. So, it's vertical force 3 is something that nice to have. Right? So we wait for it. Really depends on and we'll actually feed that first.
We're not going to with Maidenberg and
Could you just how the research strategy for this? I hear about populations about them, see this as a cab or treat it as a feature much.
In the room, 2 different ways. First, room, so like, that I have to sit in the classroom while we're on the moon. Sit in the room with them. We teach our scientists. We have really fun and have them be very distracted. A lot of we get our hand on the circuits. Understand what it looks like that they're going to be. So take on the we took Orion back to the ice islands, and we have the there as well. Really, what we're trying to do is just we're not trying to make a specific fly because we don't know something is going to be presented there. We're trying to do this. There are parts of the eyes. There's scientific work doing the integration, and we want them to do that. So for them also in mission simulation. So sort of like where we show them rendering the right and have them actually giving direction. I tell you that just I'm just describing the moon visuals and just give you goosebumps. And so they're absolutely prepared not to give scientific compelling but also to bring that experience and really you're on Earth. And so yes, we started, but by the time we went through, they're absolutely we understand if you're the best and why we have to observe this. I also want to point out that other than the there is one that are hard to only. So we make sure to tell them that we are giving them insights. Objectives, you can to that pop into it. That we'll have built into the choice to choose their own as a scientist. The crew after by watching a conference specifically to us and data collected. They feel like this and feel to describe what they see together. We have to get everything. The from one to in the field. We are really we can pass it up, synthesize. We saw across the 5. We've access into this, practice to them, and just have on discussion at the time to build off each other. It's scientifically impactful. So this is where we're and lunar science needs to set success we can.
Question number is from Glenn. Question.
I was wondering about what we in terms of light during the light. I assume the also concept of multiple turned on. So I mean, will we get the kind of shooting something or do we expect?
Yeah, I'm sure about the details itself. Okay, there is something. So getting something about video stream light, of course, signal on the moon. You will also be hearing them starting to see, but also we're looking for hearing design. We're going to hear a few from all members on what they're saying, and to be able to work on that over the last ways. I'll say that that's how we get the moon. We'll be able to take that. Yeah, we take pictures actually be there's 2 lives and 1 each of the lens for hearing after people and necessarily so we'll be seeing a lot on Monday real time and tomorrow I'm on to explain more about how our starting bells during the night and
and I'm at the is only legal cruise so don't say that's utilize scans phenomenal
and we're looking to get down to it.
All right, what's the next
you mentioned that Jeremy would about what cause that were concern.
Yeah, the DCQ laboratory. So that was a small some reports on we are powered down your day and also an anomaly that we can use to consume the air. So we know exactly looking at we have that same similar and more mechanical taser we got early and acquisition those with everything. So just try to come on the hourly and nothing to do with materials to see also crew to get more details on the other any question between other events and all the investing.
Dan and questions about blasting and I sent to space fast and they're ready to join and can read and interact with naval aviators and maybe saying a little bit why those in position their expertise applies them for this position and a little bit doing.
So as why they were the key aspect of the old language.
I guess the first time during the our mission, every step demonstration understanding is the vehicle responding to the that we're doing in the same response time for the vehicle. So we need to make changes there. So back from him on how performing the magic dictation on our simulation you see phenomenal.
We go to head to the bridge to Robert Lucas.
They might be writing about them back to the group. Yeah, they will have their guiding features that are at the especially here in some of the not just able to go on kind of.
And we will take a question.
Hi, Jay, Talk Media. Thanks so much for this is for everyone. And just a year from now, what will say this mission is possible?
I hope that it's possible to continue this on the moon now, living on the sun in 50 years.
I just don't answer. Absolutely, it's the first step, and that's our hope and dream. Is really going to be having that presence and working on the moon. We'll have, if we're not doing the science.
Yeah, I have to the science first. I'm glad you put the that you did, right? Because we're all of us 50 years ago, typically, how far we come in that your time, understanding our own planet. We were in at the time when these flew 50 years ago, right? So Apollo was such a big one to understand not to moon, but our own planet. Well, one thing that Christina said that I just feel that it's one of my favorite the moon is like the whole system and for the moon experience we have experienced in our Earth invention as absurd hunks of the history. It is proven on the moon. A period of history that we can eliminate, even if this person is there on the moon. And it's really just unlock discovery to believe in your natural region statement. The cell will have practically how from a visit. And just think about the discovery that those unlocked over years ago. In my hope that was 50 years from now, not making scientific advancements, but just like all of the next generation resources this are contribute to the Apollo mission that you're working today. And I'm just optimistic for what this will be next generation. Every time the kids are moving up, that's the present.
Yes, I said now that there's sisters and a little bit, a lot of things throughout our history, especially in the United States, probably more than what we've done just fly in the U.S. right now. Like well, it's kind of strong off of things as we change our missions. So 50 years from now, I would hope to say more of that thing to the United States.
Thank you, and welcome us for today's briefing. So frequently asked question. If you have questions today, we will join you tomorrow for another mission at 5:30 p.m. We'll see you there. Do it for us here. Thanks so much.
All right, well, I'll take our faces. I want to start in the chair. Raise your hand and let us know.
All right, coming. Hi, everybody. So, stay for about 30 seconds while we perform the 55 minutes off.
Okay, well, 3, 2, 1.
The information for Ingo is picture of the crew of the Orion spacecraft. Now all smiling and windows up as they go home. Orion's currently 103,880 miles from our home planet Earth and 150 miles from the moon. If you look inside the spacecraft, it's on outside. It's the first time we see the crew and the spacecraft in the same photo. And the previous pictures show the quality isn't great. Before sharing pictures as soon as possible, make sure you and NASA must be.
All right, the camera light was so much over the your card come.
You heard from Captain Stevens. We've got filling for. We are now maneuvering the solar array to the sun transition.
Really, you can do it, so we'll just say, and just to remind you, those are last moments where you cannot receive something you do for the rest of the day until Christmas.
You're looking at inside the room. City or 1 under direction of Director Madden. He's a green shirt. By Colin Jenkins, Phase Asher, and back from Stuberman. Given to fellow combat, coming from outside the solar arrays are reconfigured into section. Just before the turn off inside, you could see a day. Some of the items on today in our work rice, probably the estrogen, which is Aries, videos, and pizza, pasta, and shrimp, and curry. Sounds pretty good. This Artemis mission control center is to Texas ring up on MET 3 days and 1 hour in Orion. And today, Dr. is the team leader to learn six things. Could you about your role and what you're doing for team?
Yeah, I want to mention here, I'm the lead of Lumen's scientist. Yeah, I mean, she is around years our science. We have about 40 different people who are a range of scientists and specialists, engineers who love to know about the moon and are here to support this. I'm just going to get the moon.
Fantastic. We're very excited as well. So we have to the science evaluation room and operation room. What happens and how we do it?
It's a good science room. We call it and that's where we support science officer in Ryan. Our as we speak to Steve, that moon, we know the moon they're going to see, and everything right now we're going to and going to be that's the science mission operating room. That's over, and therefore you look at the data that comes down to science. So for the first takes supports the data, and the first people are in that's more and their disease today. So far done all the amazing data.
Really pretty about knowing the mission and that's pendant on lunar mission and on the data. So how does that lunar mission shift the price?
Yeah, so lunar is a lot slower. Data raised by 30 degrees every day on Earth. The moon is every about 10 to 12 degrees. And the operators and mechanic units are as well, like you said, depending on the moon. This is a special view thanks to this made for launch. I'm going to get it through and a place where the moon is and our and able to see things that never interviewed before by crew and I was see.
I see they're going to be streaming entire things and are using it. That would be and prepare for launch and it's launch for 5.
Crew has ever since the crews after us. We were women, we were women in the classroom. And the fundamentals, they asked them to look at the rocks. We don't have to how to describe Earth that's rocks and stones and how so they can be lunar jobs for us. Because therefore, our team actually go to our fields like after that, in here in Orion simulators, they can like moving on them. They can every symbol in the sun to study and it's really day on audio. We hear them see some really that they know, but remotely know what it's all about. So they're pretty excited.
We are so we got during the mission as they report legacy. And also, we're taking our course and leader that you analyze. How do you during the forensic CL sound? I do most to see. So you have a target that you're set to see.
I'm not so you'll have to tell me what you said because we were busy at point. But we're in our science and we're really busy. I'm really excited for the use I use. With plan we have launched on April is that the stuff to be illuminated when start to fly. The day is the same stuff we're able to do. We're going to have to review and so many volcanic rings. There's some mountains that we can see from Earth either on the ice or not. And I decided to share that you crew in a fly.
That's time.
Really it's for a lot of cities as well. So if you're in Australia, you'll be able to see them if it's nighttime and you're in Asia or